Ah! Hi. It's me. Oh. It's me. I had a surprise delivery come in today. A couple of streams ago, during our Monster Hunter stream, both Audrey, Drift Salem, and Rar Nix sent in some money, and I used it to purchase a modification to my existing chair. Now, longtime viewers will know about my gaming chair. I bought it in April. The intention was to have a chair with better back support and just better padding than an IKEA chair. And it's been giving me nothing but trouble since I bought it. I've replaced essentially the entire mechanism that the chair sits on. The wheel base, the hydraulic cylinder, and the tilt control. And the tilt control is what arrived today. The good news is like, it does not squeak or creak or make any awful noises like the old one did. It feels fine. And the new hydraulic cylinder actually makes the chair slightly taller, which is great for adjusting the armrests so they're actually parallel to the desk, and I can use them. I can use I can rest my elbow on my mouse hand on my wrist rest. It's great, or not wrist rest, whatever. The chair arms. It's actually like very comfy and nice. This whole process nobody really cares about, but it's just nice to have a chair that's comfortable, considering how often I'm in it. Now, I will say, for the record, gaming chairs are not comfy. They're discount racing chairs they fitted office equipments to. But, like, I don't know, it's more comfy than a $60 IKEA chair with about an inch of padding on it. It's better than sitting on a piece of wood. Still not ideal. I would highly recommend looking into chairs and office equipment that are built for people like look for stuff in your size, essentially. So I'll tell you, this thing hugs the thighs. I've got some thick thighs. Speaking of thick thighs, we're playing Bear and Breakfast. I'm very excited to play this because it's an adorable game. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I figure I should also mention some other stuff. Rumbleverse did get their Battle Pass today, and if you are on PC and have Epic Games, the free item is a Rumbleverse outfit, as well as an XP boost. So there you go. Beyond that, there is stuff in the Battle Pass that I'll talk about tomorrow. I'm planning on doing a bit of a longer stream tomorrow. And sorry, big yawn. The other thing is that this morning I've been doing a lot of Spider-Man, and that's not a joke. I've been running around the map collecting all of the collectibles. So I've taken a picture of all of the landmarks, and I found all the backpacks. So you won't see me get distracted by those. There's still a little bit of crime, but it's fine. There is some stuff that I am saving for the actual stream. I'm trying to restrict myself on certain things. But most of the little nitpicky collectibles I've cleaned up. Yeah. That's what's been going on with me. It's been a fairly slow week, but sometimes that's good. It's good to be slow sometimes. Observe the turtle. Observe them. That was a threat. We're gonna play the game now. I never get sick of this. I will never get sick of this. So if you're just tuning in, we've unlocked the A24, and we've just finished tidying it up a bit. We're waiting for the music's really good. We're waiting for guests to finish their stay at this point. In both of our locations. We've built this diner. We have this. This is our establishment. We modified the motel. So we have a little bar, which is adorable. We have 3 basic rooms, all with, like, similarly equipped things. This has litter in it. And we currently have, like, a big bathroom, which I thought was going to be enough, but it isn't. So I'm going to have to make a second bathroom on this side. Or a third bathroom at this point. I may also need a bit more accessories and stuff just to make the place a bit more decorated. Thankfully, there's a dumpster here. I will want another mirror. I'll grab another towel rack as well. Small plants. Let's get some rugs, yeah. Oh, is that trash? That's trash. I currently don't have the money for it. But this is the intention. Furniture items. We get a rug in each room. Even the cheap room. The cheap room also needs a flower. This stuff I just don't know what to do with, because it's like all the crappy furniture. You have a towel rack. So the towel rack and the mirror are just for the next bathroom. And yeah, then we got the motel. It's got a lava lamp in it. Or the diner, sorry. The game hasn't taught me how to cook yet, though I know that's coming. In terms of side quests, I'm pretty much caught up. I've talked to all the NPCs and done all their tasks. I just need to wait for the next area to open up. And for more quests to appear in general. I have a couple of people staying for just one night. So I'm just waiting for them to, like, cash out, basically. Oh, 5 guests have arrived at your resorts. People are now staying. Are you both, like, walking on top of each other? Yes. You seem very happy with the amenities, which is good. That helps with reviews. I need to get 3 5-star reviews. I also need money. In terms of materials, I'm doing pretty good, though. I'm well stocked up. I think the best thing I can do is just make sure that the area I'm in is free of trash. Just to make sure that people don't litter too much. I might also swing by the forest, just because I haven't really been to this part of the map too much, and I'm not sure if maybe Beanie has something for me to do or what. Biggest crack I've ever seen. Hehe. It's a good game. I want to steal things. I turned off your light. What you going to do now, Beanie? There's mushrooms out here. They say they can give you the worst nightmares. Sure, go for some right now. You good? You want to talk about that? That needs prospector tools. I haven't found any yet. I think, like, right now, it's just waiting for the days to pass, but I feel like there's got to be maybe something more to do. Hi. Just living the wood life. That's good. That's a good one. Hi. We'll stay up all night watching movies again. I see you're running low on pocket money. Wait, does she give me money for real? Yes! What? There's always something to do in the house. Anyone who tells you different has never looked behind the fridge. Wow, she gave me money. I'll take it. I'm not proud. I don't know where she got all the money, but, you know. It's one big rock. Five stars. Saw a bear wearing pants. My entire stay was worth it because I saw a bear in pants. Nothing else like it. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Alright, I have the money to make a bathroom now. I just need to make it. Which requires me to, I need to make a sink, shower, and a toilet. Where's the mirror at? There's the mirror. Cool. So now the bathroom aura touches this room. We're good. Our guests can stop complaining. Did I delete the window here? Eh, whatever. Need to put it right in front of the door. Yeah, that's probably the best place for it. Let me in. Oh, I was not expecting to see people shower. Well, there we go. Motel's taken care of. We're not made of money, but we should start turning a profit soon. I don't remember what else he sells. Oh, he sells fuel. I may need this. Travel up the road here. I just want to be a race car driver. Not many bus Grand Prix out here, I'll tell you. There's a race car driver. Just a goddamn fast. People don't see the value in what they throw away until you point it out to them and charge them extra. This game's art style is so nice. And so is the music. I'm a bear. I can sleep when I want. That's my argument. Also, I'm looking at this and realizing that the only room that gets heating is this one. Because that's where the fireplace is. It's me, the bear inside your home. Do not be alarmed. Alright, so they've only stayed a day. I'm waiting for 5-star reviews. Cool, I finished both quests. Yes. Yes. Congratulations. This greatly benefits the location. Guests will now have higher expectations for this location. And will offer a higher payout in return. So I have trail mix now. What did that do? Ah. Increases speed. Oh! Oh, yes. That's so much better. Build 2 times 2 level bedrooms. Are they not level 2? How do I level them? I think I'll figure that out eventually. For now, let's just focus on the motel. You got all the requirements in check? Ready. Amazing! This concludes our foray into the roadside attraction business. Your extraordinary enterprise empire is expanding. Thanks to the hard work of your Bon Voyage representative. How can I ever repay you? Remember, to start working on your next premium property, locate your nearest shark-like agent and press the green button. Oh, he's gone. Ah. Alright. Alright, what do they want? Build 5 times level 2 bedrooms. I'd build 5 bedrooms in this space. I could technically fit them here. Then I'd have to move all the stuff out. I'll figure that out later. You're making your way all over the place, aren't you? My, I barely got here and you're right on my track. You better watch your back or I might build you a bedroom. Snarky bear noises. You seem to have made it to the little concrete island. Arguably an oasis worse than the desert it's saving you from. This place used to hold all sorts of people, but mostly those without a lot of time on their hands. One of them, a sailor, a captain, I should say, a father to 3 strong boys. He had a lot of unexpected stops to make. Some would say his work was hectic, hostage to the wishes of the sea. He would make the stops so often that he'd have a regular room all to himself. One could wonder perhaps why his room would also come with regular guests all to himself. I suppose the frost of the sea follows you even ashore. You curl up to in any ember you can find. He kept the books on all maritime travel, even showed it to me once. It was his pride and joy. The schedule, like clockwork, the coordinates, the ships, their names. It was so fascinating that I couldn't help myself and stashed it under a wardrobe. And he never saw it again, and neither did I. Came back here with a blind hope that the chaos spared this little book. There was nothing but rubble and dust, not even a standing wardrobe to look under. I happened to come across an old leathered book for an old lady. Yeah, I have it. You know, I never used to see any animals like you just roaming around. We were lucky to hear birds some days. Now you all seem to be running the place. Not that I'm complaining. You're probably more qualified anyway. And you do seem like you're getting things back into shape. This road used to be full of cars and buses. People chasing other people's problems. Sometimes their own, but rarely you never had time to look after yourself. There I go again, blabbering to a bear. Sounds like you've been here a long time. Soft bear noises. Only you could blabber back and keep an old lady company. I seem to have fallen out of practice with that. Keeping company. But I'm not here to throw a pity party. There's hardly enough booze for that. I love her. Thank you. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a long walk ahead of me. Oh, hi. Fancy meeting you here, mister. I figured something must have gone down south. Too many folk out of nowhere. That damn shark's got people coming in droves. I have to go keep an eye on the dam near the lake. So the barrier up to High Lake is open. If you make your way up there, look me up. I know the place inside and out. Anyone else? Okay. Let's, I wish I knew what to do with the old furniture I don't need. Alright, I have $1,000. Let's buy... Buy them. Buy them. Oh god, I did. I can't believe the game let me do that. All right. I'm gonna have to figure something out here. I think I know what to do. We're gonna make the bedrooms up here because we need 5 bedrooms. The bar is gonna go here, like around this part here. For the bathroom, I don't know yet. Bedroom needs to be 2 by 3. That's the minimum size. Which is very funny. That's barely a room. Now this room is 3 by 5. These are 4 by 5. So... Oh yeah, the door. Let's kind of important. Now, hold on. Am I leaving enough room? In any direction? Is this enough space to get into the bathroom? Is that enough space? Hold on. We'll delete the room in a moment if it's not. No, okay. So there's enough room to get around. The one problem with these bedrooms is they're not equipped with a bathroom. The bathroom aura does not touch them. All right, this is the only bedroom that does not have a bathroom aura, which sucks. But you know, what can you do? Oh, I got all the furniture back. That is nice, actually. That works. These rooms do need a bit of decorating. And again, the problem is, I don't know how to level up the rooms. But also, the other problem... It should be fine without a bathroom. There's bathrooms in the facility. Somebody wants to complain. I don't know. There are 2 bathrooms. What do you want? Right, so I'm gonna need a few things. I think I level a room by just making better furniture. I mean, the flooring is immediately improved, which is very funny. Let's pack that guy up. Oh, there's literally a throwaway button. I am Boo Boo the Fool. So even the tiny bedroom gets, like, nice furniture. So... Oh, I need to craft some end tables. Or did I buy those? I think I bought those. They cost, yeah, nightstands. Need 2 of those. I need another lamp. Cool. Inventory. Of our little nightstands with lamps at them. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to make... I didn't make the dressers either. Those were found. So that's another item. So these count as level 2 rooms then, because it's a level 2 bed. That's good to know. This one's still in rough condition. That's why. It's because there was some weird clipping with the nightstand. Oh, these are small nightstands. I need to get the oak wood. I'm a fool. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There. Ooh, let's get a barrel for the distillery as well. That's cute. For some reason, this scented stick thing is not an item you can put on a shelf. I don't have TVs or electricity or anything out here, so yeah, no, your entertainment's a mirror, like the old days. That would be in front of the door, so I don't want to block up the doorway too much. We'll push that up a bit. Can I nudge the door? Yes. Yeah, that's better. Cool, cool, cool. They all have nightstands, vanities. This one's missing a hand-painted drawers. That's what I need to get. And before the night ends, I'm going to book the place. I wish I could like move the rooms a pixel. Whoever stays here just has to not want bathrooms. That's all. All right. You want the least amount of bathroom. I'll put you in the least amount of bathroom room. You're staying for 2 days? No, you're not. You're not staying. There. So all the rooms are booked up. Some low reviews from the first day of opening because I didn't have bathrooms.
Wow! You've just subscribed!
I respect this Bears-ness venture.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate the struggled pun. How you doing, Velt? Thank you again for subscribing. 7 months. Oh my goodness. I have a watch now. Hey, it works. Right. Time to take a nap. The guests have arrived. There they are. Now I just got to upgrade these rooms. Which, as far as I can tell, just involves replacing the beds. Why doesn't it? Oh my goodness. Alright. Fine. No chest. These rooms are too small. This room isn't, weirdly. This room is. So all I need to do at this point is, I need to get a nightstand for that room. Certified very good. That's good. Is it not? Wow. I mean, okay. I haven't bought all the nice new furniture for this place yet. I need an oak nightstand, yes. Each room has a mirror. We could do the fancy footrest. I thought the game froze. I was just stuck on a log. Cool. Nice. Put the potted plants away for a moment while I place these in each room. Not exactly sure what else to do to increase the prestige. I upgraded all the furniture. Added rugs. Damn, that thing's big. Yeah, nah, never mind. Wardrobe's big. Don't know what to tell you. I'm actually out of valuables now. I used to have a ton of junk. Now I don't. Man, okay. Like, I'm trying to think of what I can do to level the prestige a bit. I threw away the bookshelf, which is a little sad. But, sell that. Or trash it. Oh, good. There's plenty of garbage. Just trying to think of what else to add to improve things. You know what I mean? I'll wait on that, but I will book the place up because might as well. Got to make my money. Not you. I need to go to the front desk. I should also see what I need to do for the A24 progression. And then we'll jump forward here to Timber Crossing. Or to High Lake. Sorry. Complete this day for 10 plus guests. I'm gonna do that. And to be clear, there's no other NPCs to talk to. No. No one on the road. That passage needs Prospector's Tools, which I imagine I'll probably find soon. Cool. Hey guys, don't litter. This is from your local bear. If you litter, I'll maul you. Oh, I see. We're going up to here. Going up to a new fancy zone. High Lake. Well, I never. Look who waddled their way up the windy road. I call it more of a wobble. Welcome to High Lake. Now, I'm not going to insult your intelligence. Oh, there's zero chance of that. By explaining why it's called that. But it used to be the prettiest place to spend a summer in. Sort of soft wave of the trees and the wind, the calmness of the water. No wonder the captain build his vacation house here. I think that's meant to be built. But, you know, indie game. I remember it had the most amazing garden. You could have seen it from the dam. Obviously, you weren't allowed anywhere near the place. You should check it out. It's just up the dirt road. I'm sure there's some fruit or something you can eat. It's your main occupation, right? Eating fruit? I would never limit myself to just fruit. Gonna go over to the dam to my outpost. I'll see you around. Takes a second. There we go. It says Captain's Estate. I need copper plate, and I need another bus sign. I was trying to pick up the garbage, and then I realized that, like, the garbage is part of the set dressing. Goat? Goat? I'm gonna see a goat? Oh, it's a 2-floor. Oh, no. It's 2 floors. Oh, thank God. Okay. We can do some nice rooms up here. I guess this build project is for the garden. Can't remove garbage from it, though. Wait, there's an item here. Oh, it's a mushroom. I'm guessing this is also going to teach me, like, how to make a kitchen and how to start cooking. Got some wheat. I'm not going to talk to them yet. Potato. That needs a jeweler's kit. Huh. Strawberry. 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 Strabby. The bug snack. Keep running up that hill. Ooh. Corn? Oh, another place. There we go. Because those are like little electrical towers or something. I'm wondering then if I'm going to be able to get electricity? Yeah, because it looks like there's power lines and whatnot. These tomatoes. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's like important stuff to do, but what the fuck? Oh boy, I hope this gets cartoons. Alright, so I'm assuming that's a thing I can fix later. It's making terrifying, groaning metal noises. Another treasure chest. Logger's tools, a guitar stand, and a moose carving. I think those are just the kinds of things I need to increase the prestige of my little shack. Shrubbery. I have just been looping. Oh, there's another thing over here. It's a pine fall. That's where the pine fell. Only who can prevent forest fires? Oh, it's like your little park ranger station. That's cute. Yeah, I'll fix this. I love it. Beautifully crafted carving. You suddenly feel very welcome. This is adorable. And I love it. Oh, and this is the dam. Some days you just wake up to smell the coffee. It's midnight. It's a lot of water. Trying to pick up the trash. There is more junk here. Well, that sounds dope as hell. Let's check that out. Yeah. Tugboat. It once navigated the open seas. It belonged to someone called the Captain. Arctic cat. Where's the cat? All right. Now, I'll go talk to that goat. Oh, more trash. And a treasure chest on the dock. It contains tea! Chamomile. Spicy linden. Probably not fresh if you kept it in a treasure chest, but, you know. Who am I to judge? Man, if she needs, like, cooking ingredients, I'll be set. No. This is the last time. You are not taking anything from the garden. Please. There's barely anything left, and the potatoes aren't even in season. I didn't mean to barge. Oh, you didn't? Well, you did anyway. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I didn't mean to come off that way. I'm sorry. You'll just have to look for some food somewhere else. Hey, I'll never say no to a warm, glistening potato. Same. But that's not why I'm here. Oh, of course, it was stupid of me to assume. It's not even close to stupid, I'll tell you that. I'm Hank. I live in the thicket with my mom and 2 best buds. It's nice to meet you, Hank. It's nice to meet you, Hank. I'm Julia. I don't get a lot of visitors. Well, I do, but they usually don't talk. They just take. I don't have a lot left to give up. Not here to take anything. The opposite, actually. Always caught by surprise, Julia the goat was the only remaining resident in this huge estate. She seemed very invested in her vegetable garden, but the rest of the property didn't concern her as much. The intense aroma coming from her house signaled a knack for cooking, a hunch reinforced by Hank's rumbling tummy. I was wondering if this old house was occupied. I think I could use a fresh coat of paint. Used to be. I guess not anymore. No one's been inside the old captain's shack in ages. Mind if I take a look? No, but only if you don't mind not going anywhere near my garden. I mean, it's fenced off, so. No new items. Not yet, anyway. Enjoy today! You can't pay your debt from the grave, but your children can. Fuck, that's grim. Hello, voice box person. I'm ready to get my hands dirty again. Be part of the next exciting experience, enticing escape, electrifying. We've been through this already. Aren't you the same shark? Individualism does not make the cogs turn faster. There's a bag missing its wind somewhere. Welcome to High Lake. The Amber Jewel, the pride of the valley, the Great Depression. And we're talking sunken landforms, not your reasons for staying in bed. Someone's in the mood. The Golden Plateau, in geological terms, of course. Not your late teens. All right. The Captain's Estate is the perfect destination for a premium development. The quaint, family-centric farmhouse is ideal for hosting dozens of loud, unfamiliar strangers. As always, a regrettable minimum standard is required to open this location. Okay. I got more than enough materials. Get your butt to work. Did the roof glitch out? Yes, it did. Okay, but yeah, the place looks nice now. It's got a nice little upstairs room here. Now accepting trade-ins for high-definition electronics. No more impressive than the one against nature itself. solid roof over our heads and a dry floor to sleep on have been the preferred way of life for many. And the reward for that victory? The opportunity to profit from taking all of it away. This area supports the development of outdoor facilities. An open-air, untamed, raw experience. The mercy of dangerous creatures and savage beasts. I do get pretty grumpy in the morning. Closed off in a small area with a fence and a gate, of course. Of course. As you know, patron health and safety are our main concern, so any outdoor expansions need to be certified. Failing to do so will deprive you of more adventurous guests. Oh, I can talk to Sabine about, like, expanding the house. That's cool. I'll want to build up this house in a moment, but let's also talk to, Julie, was it? Keeping the doors on that side. Julia. Wow. The house never looked so clean. Is that the fresh coat of paint? Yes, it is. It's amazing. Never seen it sparkle like that. What's this place, anyway? Still not sure you're not here just for my potatoes. But if you really mean it, this is the captain's estate. And that old pile of rust and mold is the farmhouse. Well, significantly less rusty and moldy now. It used to be the biggest private property in the valley. The lady captain and the little captain's kids would spend every summer here, though he was never with them. He spent most of his time up the hill in that big radio dish building. What made you come up such a long way from home? I met a shark that asked me to help to get humans to come back. If you're here to rob me, you don't have to put on a show. No, I mean it. There's people all over the place now. In fact, I think I could help rebuild the farmhouse and get people to stay here again. Listen, Hank. I've got a rug in my house that lies less than you. I mean it! I'm sure your dolphin friend is waiting. He's a shark! Oh, okay. You've convinced me. Really? No. Okay, I can prove that I'm not here to steal. Is there anything you need? I can get it for you. I'm pretty great at that. I won't come back without it. It's the kind of plant that doesn't grow in high lake. It's called sage. I use it in my teas and peach juice. It doesn't grow in the light. You won't find it outside the thicker woods. It's just you look west of sawdust. She does keep a very nice garden. Oh yeah, this is the campsite. I think one of the first things I want to do before anything else is I'm going to go back to town. I'm going to buy a bus sign so I can fix the bus stop. Oh, I've also got the decorations so I can raise the prestige here. Inventory. That didn't help. Oh man, I'm rich. I'm absolutely set. But yeah, this bus sign should help a lot. Just the convenience sake of getting to travel around. Found so many valuables. I'm so glad I got the ability to move faster. Oh, there was a second antenna? And another monument to build. A monument to capitalism reveals itself before you. It's very pretty. I guess I have succumbed to capitalism. Oh, yeah, no, I heard the story about this. So it's a bush of, like a flower that you can harvest. But attempting to harvest it, you would get stuck. So a QA tester would, like, reported that, like, hey, getting this gets you stuck. And so they put a fence in. Oh, it's the broadcast station. Interesting. Anyway, I was supposed to get... Oh, here, there's Sabine. Hey, big guy, what you up to? Oh, you know, looking for berries, refurbishing old houses. Just bear things. Well, I ain't got much you could work on here. So maybe the old broadcast station up north. No one's got any use for that anymore. Actually, I had a thing I need your help with. Oh shoot, I ain't good at skimming plaster, but I can tell you which mushrooms will make you feel funny. Well, you're trying to give folks some more outdoorsy experience. Apparently rolling in grass until the ground smells like you isn't part of that. So I'm a little lost. Most people don't mind a little dirt on their butt or smoke in their face, but in limited controlled quantities. Tell you what, if you clear out a bit of space for a camping spot, I can get you some basic things to get started. How about it? I've got the Doug theme stuck in my head, and I don't know why. Yes. It looks like the work site's good to go. Planks, brick, and copper plates. So that will be repaired shortly. Oh, wow. Do. Yes, ma'am. Almost done. Missing a bit of fuel, and I left my canister behind. Can you fetch some? Eh. Now the key to a great camping spot is to make it feel like the greatest waiting room in the world. Should be relaxing and quiet, but just temporary enough, so you don't overstay your welcome. I mean, you don't have to worry about that. S'more station. Sitting log. Campfire. Campfire is a type of special room that can only be built in certain areas outside. It's perfect for the more adventurous guests who prefer a moonlight wiener over an open flame. It requires a fire, a seating object, and a dispenser to be functional and only be built in specifically designated outdoor areas. Some guests specifically look for campfires during their stays. Cool. So I just gotta build one. Theoretically, it should not cost me a whole lot of money to make a campsite. Apparently it will. Huh? Huh? Okay. We need to cut the size down. We'll wait on that. Let's sleep a bit. We'll get some money. We gotta get some cash flow. Some guests should be finishing their stays. Some are not. That is fine. We were supposed to get sage. She suggested to take the path from sawdust. Traveling the far west of sawdust. All right. Let's go. Path was closed off before. But now it's not. Ooh, I like this. Dark Grove. That looks expensive. Bag of seeds. I feel like I'm gonna need that. So we're just gonna up and down the place until we find everything. Oh, the possum's here! You again? I think we got off on the wrong foot. And now I used up both. Never meant to say nice things about you. Yeah, well, you can't just do that to people. You can ruin someone's day. Well, you said pleasant things about me, too. Think? It's different. Wasn't about me. What are you doing here anyway? Following me around? No one comes to Dark Grove. Let's start my day off right with a little self-terror. Beats washing your face with water. Finally, you make some sense. What are you up to? In case I've accidentally given you the impression that I'm a space scientist or something. I like to scavenge. This is what I do. And every nook and cranny and fish out the little artifacts the universe forgot about. You know, no one stepped foot in Dark Grove in years. This tower here is old. Like, really old. You can tell by the fact that there isn't a tower anymore. Didn't stop humans from using it anyway. At least until they up and left, tearing everything down behind them. So like a nerd in a board game shop, I dive right in. Getting my little trinket fix. No one can tell me not to. Wouldn't dream of it. Is that how you got your jacket? Oh yeah, my little green jacket. I found it at I found it in the White House up in the mountain. Roll around in the garbage dump once a week to keep it fresh. Ugh. Well, I like it. It's a nice jacket. It's actually gotten pretty musty. I can't get the mud smell out of it. Should probably change it soon. You don't say. Picking slim in the old grub department. You wouldn't happen to have anything to gnaw on, would you? Kill for an egg dippy. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have. I don't know how to cook. I feel like a skeleton could jump out at me at any time. I genuinely don't know how to cook, but fuck it. We'll figure it out. I don't know what the hell an egg dippy is. I'm assuming he means like a toad in the hole, maybe? I always wanted to try to make... I've always wanted to try and make one of those. Ever since I saw V for Vendetta. That needs prospector gear. Herbs. Mushies. I also don't know where to get eggs. Probably the convenience store at A24. I mean, it's a bird, right? You would sell eggs. But also... I don't know. I don't think there's anything else here. Just a bunch of plants. And there was the bag of seeds, which I assume is going to come in handy for something. In terms of building materials, I'm set for the most part. I've got more than enough of everything. But might as well take what I can get. God, this game's pretty. Oh. Hello again. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting you back. Did you find any sage? Yeah, I got it right here. You really got some. Really is. It's so musty and crisp. Did you really go all the way there to Dark Grove? Piece of cake. See, bears don't have to worry about underwear. Serious about getting this place back on its feet. I think I can help. Captain's family hate all sorts of food. They'd grow it in the garden and cook it down in the into flavors you never even dreamt of. Sweet, sour, buttery, earthy, smoky, tangy. I know I could taste words before. Well, I know for a fact your humans are going to want some. So I can teach you how to do that. If you'd like to stick around. I'd love to. Great. I mean, I'm happy to hear that. You can help yourself from the garden. Things grow pretty fast in there, so help yourself. Now, the captain had a big table with the whole family would sit around. Probably give folks some sort of room to eat. I can make a dining room now. Is my inventory full? Yes. But I want onions. And corn. Man, all this corn growing out here, it's amazing. Craft and place a serving table and chair to make it functional. Meals added in the serving table will give their food score to guests. Guests will consume these meals usually 3 times a day. Each dining room will affect the entire building. Each dining room will affect an entire building. So resorts with multiple buildings will require multiple dining rooms. Raw ingredients will not award food score. Only cooked meals will. Lower level serving tables mean fewer slots available for meals. Gotcha. Okay. Building will begin once I start getting money. Right. Let's start. Okay. I don't have beds. I don't have room in my inventory. I need to put some stuff away. Let's put the quest items away for now. And the logger's tools. And the charcoal lily. Actually, probably throw that away. We're gonna build some beds. And we're gonna make a couple bedrooms up here. That's the goal. Trying to think of how to lay it out. That works. The way this is split is there's no way I could do even rooms. Yeah, it's 9 squares across. So one room is going to be a 4 and one's going to be a 5. The most basic room. It's just a bed and a door. Theoretically, I could do that thing that I just did. Which is to say, that. And I could just make a bunch of those. If I did this... I need to test that. I mean, it let me, so I probably can. That's tight. That's very tight. If I stayed at a hotel like that, or any building, if I spent a night in a building, and the room I was staying in was parallel to the room of whoever else was staying, and our doors collided with each other whenever they opened, I wouldn't want to stay there. But you know what? Some people just gotta learn to suck it up. Alright, we'll do that. And we'll reverse one of them. So this is a... It's a fully square room. It's a 4x4. Yeah. Sure. Look, we'll decorate stuff in a minute. But I'm just trying to get layout figured out. There should probably be a bathroom up here. Probably. I mean... Probably. Problem. Okay. should I destroy one of these rooms to make a bathroom? Let's try to think about the layout again with a bathroom in mind. We're going to put one like here. It literally just doesn't cover that. Okay, hold on. Does it cover it now? Yes. Okay. So, then we have a room here. It's a discount stay because it's like pressed up right against the bathroom. You're going to hear people shitting. These walls are paper thin. But the bathroom covers every room. Theoretically, I could put like a very tiny, very shitty room in here. But let's not do that right now. We'll figure out space like that in a moment. What I want to do right now we'll have the front desk there. Or should we have the front desk at this entrance? Yeah, at this entrance. Then let's get to crafting. I want to make those for the fire pit. But hold on. We'll put those away for now, because I don't have the space. We're going to make the stuff for the dining room. I can't make a kitchen yet. Where would a dining room go? I genuinely think, like, a nice place to put it would be here. Have the kitchen maybe at these windows. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. That'll do for now. Look, we're not made of money. For one. Two. This house is very bare bones. I do have food. So I could technically, like... We're serving corn on the cob. And chamomile tea. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off. How about that dining room? It's ready. Can't believe you're going through with all this trouble. I'm sorry, I've been by myself for a long time. There's barely a soul that passes through here these days. Except the ones who make a fuss at night, I guess. But I don't have the guts to confront them. Sounds terrifying. Got everything you need to start making some delicious food. Except the one important bit, somewhere to cook it all. Now, I did my best with that, with what I had in the guest house. I'm pretty proud of my little kitchen. I expect you to make your own. I can cook. I require a cutting board, cooker, griddle, or microwave. Kitchen objects are noisy and smell funny, which means they carry a negative decoration score. Guests will not interact with kitchens, however, kitchens will apply negative decoration score on the area of effect around them. This debuff will affect any bedrooms built next to kitchens, as well as the overall prestige score. Place plenty of decoration items to offset the negative effect. Gotcha. It's a good thing that my room's over here, and I'm going to put the kitchen here. I can make a fridge. It seems like a big task, but... Oh no, I'm out of copper plates. Damn. To the dump? There should be metal debris and shit in the dump. Also, apparently you sell things now. Oh, you sell, like, basic food. So you sell cheese, egg. Cool. Good to know. I'll need to book more rooms so I can have money. Not you. Guests. You have a high hygiene request. I can't make anything that high quality yet. You have the lowest hygiene request. You stay in the bathroom, in the room that isn't covered by the bathroom. Now, I came here for the dump. I didn't have to go that way. There's some copper plate. I think we're good, but I'm going to take a little more. It's like a heavy wind now. It's kind of terrifying. Oh, I should have put more people in the little hut, too. Let me do that. Game? There. It's getting weird about double clicks. And click to drag. You telling me that it, like, it's... Jerk. I'll expand it out this way. Huh. You gotta see the garden. It's beautiful. We'll center that. I have to sacrifice a window. Right, I was gonna make a fridge. Alright, yeah, to be fair, a kitchen doesn't have to be huge. I just wanted it to be near the front of the house. Good enough. Did you manage to get a kitchen up and running? Yep. What are you waiting for? Time to give it its maiden voyage. I don't exactly want any cooking competitions out there. You're natural. I can smell it on you. Smell is definitely all natural. Here's some basics to get you started. Sure, not everyone's going to be picky from the get-go. Grab some taters from the garden, some mint next to the lake. Give your new kitchen a spin. Bearing in mind that I've not decorated yet, but that's also because I can't afford to. And I also want to finish the campsite before I move people in, so to speak. We could get some rooms on the lower floor here as well. It's a lot more space than I realize. But I also kind of want to expand the dining room a smidge. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Your goal is to follow recipes. Interact with any placed cooking object to bring up the cooking screen. You'll have to learn at least one recipe before you're able to access cooking. Each cooking object will place in the kitchen will give access to cooking cards. Higher level cooking objects will yield better cards and larger number of overall skills. Whoa, okay. Cooking's more complicated than I thought. Go to the recipe book, pick a recipe, then pick the appropriate cards. Put down a card in your cooking slot. Place the ingredient from your inventory in the cooking slot. Alright, let's just do it. Fuck, okay. I see. I don't think I have anything to roast. Raw. Okay. Then what do I do? Do I let it happen, or? Oh, I see. I have to boil the mint. That makes sense, actually. Why didn't I think of that? Okay. So now what? Game. Right, okay. I figured out the cards thing. Some cards require fuel to function. Place fuel in the occupied fuel. Yep. Press the cook button and wait. I didn't see a cook button. That was there. I'm blind. Okay, we've got the thing. Put the thing in the thing. Taters, taters, taters. And mint. Why can't I? Hey, game? Hey, game. Why not? Hey, game, why not? Hey, game, why not? Am I missing something critical here, or I can only do them one at a time? I see. I don't see. What am I missing for mashed potatoes? Potato, wood, fuel. Thank you. God. Okay. Cool. Oh, the fridge. Perfect. That makes so much sense. Okay. Put the corn in the fridge. Strawberries and tomatoes. Sure. I'm gonna sleep now. I didn't see you in there. I did. Certainly did something. It's better than my first try. Now I better go serve it before it gets cold. Alright, what's egg dippy? Oh. So now I can make that. Cornflakes. Apple bowl. Tomato soup. Yes, please. And mushroom soup as well. All right. I assume if I have the recipe, it'll go away. But I don't know. There. So now I just gotta wait patiently for money to roll in, because right now I'm broke from the very small amount of building that I've done. Which also means that, Yep. You just cooked your first batch of food for someone else. It's nothing to sneeze at. Now, you better make sure there's always food in there for folks to eat. You can make the same stuff, sure, but you'll run out of ingredients, so you better learn how to cook more stuff than mash and tea. Got plenty of recipes from the Captain's Cookbook. Send by a little booth sometime. Alright, so let's figure out what we need for egg dippy. So I can get that to, Gus. Roast bread, boil egg. Got it. Okay, so I just need to buy bread and eggs. Both shouldn't be too expensive. I don't know how the world works. Alright, total is 45 each. Alright, so I am not doing well in the money department. So I need these guests to, they better be enjoying their goddamn stay. Right, let's do the egg dip. That requires a boil and a roast card, and a fuel card for both. So we're going to activate the fuel. Got to boil the eggs, and roast the bread. And there it is. Crunchy but creamy where it counts. Gross. I mean, it's just like a runny hard-boiled egg with, like, toast sticks, it looks like. The gross bit is the way the game decided to describe it to me. Alright, now I gotta go to Dark Grove. I don't know exactly what Gus is gonna give me, but I'm sure it's gonna be something useful. I can also go back to Mom for money, but I don't want to do that just yet. Oh. Got something for me back there. Salty, savory, creamy, delicious. Tastes like I'm about to do something useful. Make a mean egg dippy, big boy. Thanks. I didn't lay it, only cooked it. We used to get egg dippy maybe once a year, if that. Poor Ma. Don't blame her. She did the best she could. We were 12 brothers, and she had to carry us all on her back. Literally. We were all little dumbasses, too, driving her up the wall. I don't think my mom could have handled more than one Hank. I remember one time my two older brothers and I got up in the middle of the night to steal the pudding. We accidentally dropped the whole food bowl from the 3rd floor. Swear her mouth was spouting fire. Thought I was sure if I was dying that night. Wasn't allowed out of the hole for 3 days straight. That wasn't even the longest I got put in the hole. Did you ever put you someplace nice when you did something good? Like a shelf up high or somewhere? No, it's dumb. Besides, I don't even remember doing something good. It's like we were 12 devils put on this earth to torment her. Forced to eat dish soap, the old stick over the paw. I hated that one. She usually sat down with me and told me what I did wrong. Usually felt bad enough to apologize and never do it again. Ah, I see. That's dumb. Hey, you know what? When you're done scavenging, I think I could use some help with the humans. Yeah, see, I'm not a big people bear, and I was thinking I need someone with some heart, some zing. And, don't get me wrong, you have a lot of stinky energy. Damn right! I mean, that's exactly what I need for someone running my concierge stand. Do you mean that? Of course. Could use someone scaring some mustaches off a few folks for a fair price. It's one of the least dumb things you've said today. Listen. If I come and help you, you need my own little table, my own little chair. Always the undeniable people possum, Gus had offered his services as a concierge. I skipped that bit of dialogue. Perfect position for such a charming individual. Aww. Aww. Gus has offered to come work for you. His specialty is meeting and greeting people. You learn the blueprint for Gus's stand. You can now craft it at any workbench. Place Gus's stand anywhere near a resort to unlock his services for that area. You can turn on Gus's services through the cabin management screen. Gus will automatically accept new guests to any bedrooms you indicate, saving you the need to do it manually. However, Gus won't be as good as you at matching bedrooms to guest needs, so choose which rooms to ask him to manage carefully. Every bedroom Gus manages will cost a fixed number of coins per day. If you run out of coins, the service will automatically stop and you will need to turn it back on yourself. Likewise, if you edit the staff... Okay. Interesting. What a strange wooden leg. I don't think there's anything else here. There's some charcoal lily. I don't like the sounds of this forest. I'm gonna go now. That is actually a very handy feature. I'll just have him do it at the, at Timber Crossing for now. Okay, so I have to pay him. Gotcha. Alright. Alright, I ain't making a ton of money. That's fine. We'll get that money. This is the slower part of the management sim, is having to wait around a bit and turn a profit. I think 10 is the max stack there, which makes sense. It's just a shame. Let's put all the food stuff away for now. Okay, so I've got a more open inventory that doesn't contain food ingredients. There's no new blueprints or anything. Doesn't seem to be any new furniture I can buy. Trying to think of what else. I fixed all the monuments and stuff in High Lake. So really it just comes down to decorating. Building and decorating. It's really the only couple of things here I have left to accomplish. I don't have the money for that. Now, a couple of basic decorations, not the walls. Let's get the rugs. I never finished the bathroom. Right, let me make the bathroom stuff. Cool. Oh yeah, the mirrors. I don't know why I insist on getting mirrors for each room, but it feels just like a nice little thing to have. I don't know. Each room has their own little bookshelf as well. You can put a plant on each of those. I need the nightstands, which I did not make, or I did not buy. Oh, these are wall-mounted. Go figure. Okay. Thank you for the hydration reminder, Nix. Hope you're doing well. Just got home a little bit ago, first day of work. Oh man, I forgot how early the school year starts for you. Hoping the kids were all right. The main teacher was there, and I was testing the students' reading abilities. 68 kids overall. Oh my goodness. That must be a lot to manage all at once. I can't even imagine that. Oakwood. I need 3. Got a nice coffee table. And a slightly different rug for the... I don't want to just keep using the same rug. Yeah. I want to make like a little reading nook kind of thing here. I'll figure it out. But let's get our nightstands with lamps. Perfect. Now they just need dressers. I can make those, right? No, those are pot. They don't need these things. For the record. I'm just trying to decorate the place a little bit. Make it nice. Like, nice enough that people would want to stay. You know what I mean? No, furniture. There we go. Cool. Alright. I can't do much about bathrooms yet. I haven't had the tools or the blueprints to make higher quality bathroom accoutrement. But I think we got ourselves a nice enough place to get them to stay. What's the food rating? I actually didn't check that. 3. Well, I mean, I got all the food. Let's, like, put nice food in there. There, that should improve that score a little. Then... Oh no, I have to go to the front desk. You want +5. You don't care. You want a campfire. I can't build a campfire yet. Cool. So we're gonna have some guests in this very empty house. I'm just trying to scrounge some money together so I can build a campsite. For some reason, an empty plot of land costs $3,000. I own the land. But building the fence... It's ridiculous. Okay, that's all the recipes. So I can make some food. Some nice food now. Gonna throw away these mashed potatoes I made. Just put them in the garbage. I think it's cute for what it is. I'll have to expand the space a bit. I have to wait patiently for it to turn to nighttime so I can go to sleep and get my guest payouts. This is me waiting patiently. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's men. Some days you just wake up to smell the coffee. There we go. I've got money. Hi, I'm Bear. Welcome to Bear Home. It's got the bare minimum, but for real, I don't have a whole lot of stuff. But, you know, I think these are nice rooms. They're very cozy. Genuinely. I wish I could make better furniture for the dining room. I'd love to make like a hall table kind of thing, you know? Oh, I finished that quest. So that gives me a little bit more money as well. I think it only gives me like 200 bucks. But hey, that's money's money, you know what I mean? Only 200 bucks. I'd love to have 200 bucks right now. So what's the next mission? Build 2 level 1 bathrooms. A trinket that will help you carry more things. I did that. I have a fanny pack! Alright, what do you need to do now? 3 level 3 bedrooms. I can't make level 3 beds yet. But, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can't make a level 3 bed, so I can't make a level 3 bedroom. But, you know, a motel with a bar. I think it's doing pretty good. Now, this place I need to decorate a little more, but I don't have the space to put more decorations. Let's try that. We'll just put more we'll put more potted plants and hanging paintings and hope that things improve. Alright, we're gonna move the guitar to that corner. There's a wall there. Oh, is it because of the painting? Yes. It is. Furniture. Yeah, I don't know. Get rid of those for now. I'm going to assume I'll get better like decorations and stuff. What do you got to say, Tick? Hang out with trash, you'll start to smell like garbage. Rich and appetizing. he's right. You know, you hang out with trash, it'll smell like garbage. Words to live by. I could build a shitty campsite. I have the ingredients for a campsite, so I can just make it. No, not take... When I select a page of items, I want to take all of those items, not all of the items in the stash. Game. Keep the corn on the cob, though. That's actually kind of pathetic. Like, genuinely. Let's do that at least, yeah. Where's the fireplace? Furniture items. Good enough. I did the damn thing. I'm gonna need to move the campfire down a smidge, just so that people can access all the seats. There you go. You leaving garbage in my goddamn house? So with that taken care of, I just have like... I don't necessarily want to track these like all the time. I don't know what the next main story quest is. We'd probably have a pop-up or something, but maybe go talk to Sabine. She might have something to say. So otherwise, we're just waiting for money. Then like modifying the newest lot. Because outside of getting, like, nicer furniture, I feel like the other lots are pretty much done. I just have to update the furniture whenever I get new, better ones. This is just a little hut with 2 rooms. Sabine at the fire watch tower? No. mean, she still could be. I just can't see up the stairs. No, she's not. Don't get stuck on scenery, kids. It's like she's the only other person I can talk to, and she mentioned the radio tower for the broadcast station. And that feels like the next major goal to tackle, you know what I mean? Sorry, I just got very taken by the music. It was very sweet. I don't know, there's something about that particular melody that got to me. Oh, I got an achievement. I earned 10,000 coins. Alright, there's Sabine, but she doesn't have a quest. Being afraid of heights just means you haven't seen everything that's down there yet. I don't know about that. All right, so we've got some cash flow. Hey, the quest. This month only, get a 2% coupon for our sister company, Flight or Freight. Flight or Freight. For all your packages and delivery shipping needs. The only question we ask is cash or card. Camp is ready. Dear valued partner, here at Bon Voyage, we take steps every day to recognize and appreciate our most valuable associates for their commitment and contributions. You currently do not meet the criteria for recognition or appreciation. In fact, our metrics suggest your performance falls under our detestation level. However, the recent development into outdoor leisure for this property has upgraded you to disregard. Congratulations! You are now one step closer towards achieving something in your life that has any semblance of value. There are many, many steps left. The next one, in fact, is meeting our criteria for a property in this location, which you should observe in order to be further entrusted with our guest experience that we care deeply about. Okay, so now I can make level 3 furniture and level 2 and fancier bathrooms. I can make fancier bathrooms. Rooms for Beth. And only Beth. Okay. Took also sells new stuff, which is good. small bear carving. Terrarium toolbox. Oh, there's some cute stuff. Cuckoo clock. Alright, that's all stuff I want to mess with later. But for now, I mean, okay, we should check in on food. Are you meant to be down here in your underwear? You also look like you're, like, layered with another person. Are you and another person just, like, on the same animation cycle, or...? I'm very confused by this creature. I think it's all of the guests. There's 3 different hairstyles there. It's bizarre. Right. Let's improve the stay of the other places. Okay, no. We're gonna build... I think they're the same size. No? Probably not. I don't care if there was a guest staying there. They're not anymore. Or their bed suddenly got better. Put a vanity there. And there. It's a very big piece of furniture. I don't think that'll fit. Fits in the nicer room. You should have thought about staying in the nicer room. Speaking of that, oh no, the dumpster's up here. Right. That's the dumpster. Should have... That's actually nice, so I'm gonna grab that. I guess that is the upgraded equivalent. Is this ornate cabinet. I wouldn't agree, because I actually think the hand-painted shelves are very cute. But let's see how they look. Oh, these are tall. Jesus. I don't know where I'd put those. I don't know. I feel like there is more I can do. But also not really. It's like it's as nice as I can get them. I can level up the bedrooms in A24. I just have to get nicer beds, which would mean making them. You smile and litter in front of me. That doesn't seem very chill. So I'll need 5 beds. I want to make one of these, and I want to see. It's a double. It is so much bigger. Okay, that is not happening. Well, hang on to it. I had a feeling that was going to be a bigger bed. I just wasn't sure. There. Now I can do higher quality bathrooms as well, so I might want to do that too. So I'll need 2 of each. I need copper plates. I'm out of copper plates again. That'll wait. Oh, this place is already level 4. Alright. I need level 3 bathrooms. I cannot make that. I've only now just been able to make level 2 bathrooms. Yes, I just remembered. My brain fried. I needed copper plates. I can upgrade the bathrooms. Just need to do some scrounging in the junkyard here. Might also need some porcelain, and that'll require me to dig around for some brick. Cool. I'm gonna make these bathrooms then it's an awkward bathroom, but they both are. God, okay, how am I gonna do this? Yeah, good enough. It has an even better range. However, crucially, this room is still not affected by bathrooms. Not enough hygiene. There are two bedrooms. I don't know what to tell you. Or two bathrooms. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I guess I could just remove that room. And if I do, I won't have those complaints. Then I'll put some other junk in there. I don't know how quickly shit respawns. Not that quick. So let's just hope I have enough ingredients for upgrades to the highlight bathroom. We'll see. Yeah, just had enough. Whole top floor has a nice little bathroom now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these. There. Alright. This house is going to be a little bit nicer than my other ones, right? So people are going to expect a nicer stay. We're going to go for the bigger beds. Does that mean we're going to have a lot less space to play with in these rooms? Yes. Will the guests mind? They better not. I worked my ass off to give you this room. I can make a better... Yes. How many... Okay, hold on. That one takes 6. Oh, it took the food out. Good. Okay. Now, I need stools. I need 6 chairs. Christ. Okay, hold on. It's a tight squeeze, but I think we can manage it. Okay. Oh, I can store so much more food in there. This bad boy can hold so much food. Cooking items. I don't have a whole lot of prepared food. Not yet. But might as well cook. Now that I've got the space to fill. So let's grab some ingredients here. Get to making some nice stuff. I need butter! Shite. Okay. That's gonna cost money. Make some quick tea, though. Perfect. We'll make some mushroom soup. We got tons of mushrooms and onions. I like the mechanics of the cooking minigame, honestly. I think it's really cute. As for roasted potato, I need herbs, butter, and potato. I need, how's the Baron breakfast? It's going good. Apple bowl. I'm really enjoying the game. Now I need I need herbs, milk. I need milk. So the fancier recipes require more ingredients, naturally. Corn and milk makes cornflakes. I guess, but I should have some strawberries as well. You know, they're wild strawberries. You gotta clean them. Maybe we're removing the stems, you know. I don't know. I can't think of what else to do, so we're gonna mash some potatoes. Everything else requires, like, a bunch of ingredients from the store, and I can't afford that. Don't. Nice bowl of apples out. Keep certain professions away. Eh. I do wish that there was just a quick click button. You have to click, move, click. There's no double click command, shift click, you know, like Minecraft. Just gotta manually do it. Every time. It's a little annoying. I'm not going to say it's, like, the worst thing ever. We still have guests? Active guest 0. No, we don't. Okay. Let's get guests. Good news. We have a campfire now. Some pretty high reviews. I feel like we're doing pretty excellently. Just gotta get the guests to do their runs. Gotta have my guests... My guests have to have the runs. That fire looks sorry. That fire looks awful. I will applaud this game's graphic design and, like, aesthetics and everything. What is that? Ugh. Hi. Aww. I mean, okay, to be fair, if a bear ran into your home, you would probably have every right to be a little spooked. So some of those guests are staying for 2 days, some for 1. Speaking of guests, let's just do the rounds, right? Let's send everybody to every building. I'm going to go ahead and make the executive decision to get rid of the bedroom that is not covered by the bathrooms. Everyone who stays in that room says there's no bathrooms, which is just bizarre to me. Because again, like, this is the area of effect for both bathrooms, and this room is affected by neither. I'm going to delete it. That means I get all the furniture in my inventory. Yes. Yes, it does. What am I going to do with this space, though? I think... we just fill it with decoration. We can get a nice table here. We'll figure something out with the space. There is one terrible tiny room. But that's within my acceptable limits. I don't have a whole lot of garbage to trade. But I want the matching rugs. So we're going to grab that rug super quick, because for some reason one of the rooms doesn't have a rug. Then we'll book this place. I need people... Yeah, I need people with the hygienic thing to want to stay here. But I don't have high enough hygiene, I guess. We'll see how they think of their stay. That's everywhere booked up. Let's just sleep the night. People should arrive now. Nine guests have arrived for stays at your resort. Yep. That tracks. They have plenty of food, so they won't starve. And yeah, you guys are fine. This little space just demands a prestige level that I cannot provide. So they'll bring in some... they'll bring in some money, passively. I'll just need to keep an eye out for garbage and litter. Because that is something that the humans like to do. That's why I need to trade with the dumpsters so I can get nicer looking decorations. How you doing, Tuck? Yeah. Feeling tired at 11 a.m. That sounds about right, honestly. The only other thing to do would be like to run around and collect materials. Honestly, this game's really good. I do wish that it had a, like, a fast forward or something. That's basically what the sleeping is, but there's no real way to accelerate time during the day, and right now I'm just waiting for guests. I've upgraded everything as well as I can. All of the rooms are a higher tier than they were before when I started. Like I said, the biggest thing I'm lacking is the valuables, which I've not found a ton of, but they usually arrive a lot more frequently once guests start coming in. Oh. You also get a ton of it when you start in a new area, because you find a house and it's usually full of trash. And I still don't have prospector's tools or jeweler's kit or anything like that yet, so I can't open up shortcuts to new areas. But we will see. Oh. People show up at the bus stop, right? But, like, none of them drove here. They all took buses out this way? I mean, to be fair, they're like really... I'm assuming they're like basement discount prices. Hey, Gus. When you're a kid, you cry because people tell you what to do. When you grow up, you cry because people don't tell you what to do. I just don't do anything anymore. This doesn't belong to me. Who does it belong to? The city? I want to check in on the witch. What's she up to? What's the swamp witch doing these days? What's a swamp witch doing in this economy? Hey. Of course she's not a real witch. We don't even own a broom. Tail's better than having none at all, but half a tail is worse than both. Fair. How did a couch get here? There's moss all over it. It's a rock that looks like a frog a little bit. Oh, the street lamps came on. Alright, so nothing new. Game's just waiting for me to finish my, finish the stay of these guests in my new little house. You literally drop litter, like, in front of me. You guys are jerks. It's cool. Ah, the It's nighttime now. Let us progress. I'm getting money, kinda. No available construction yet. In terms of money, I'm doing pretty good right now. Which is nice. What that means to me... Oh, you can't have more than one. Rip. Okay. Fair enough. I did want to expand it a little, but... You know, you make a good point. I just kind of want to get the idea of the boundaries of the stairs, because this is behind them. I think we might be able to get away with another room here. Maybe. But I don't know if I want to overextend. Maybe I just want to, like, fill this with furniture. Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of waiting. Waiting for things to happen. There I am. Oh, yeah, double the inventory size. Damn. They have pockets. There's a storm brewing. It's me. So how are folks doing? I was a lot more chill than Spider-Man was yesterday, where I was just screaming the whole time. I was losing my mind at Spider-Man. Tired in 2:30. I feel that. I mean, I'm doing all right. The Rumbleverse Battle Pass dropped, and it's got a lot of cool stuff in it. I was playing a bit of that before I started this. The one thing I'm really liking about there's like an XP bonus thing that you can get. There's one that you can get for free on the Epic Games Store right now. You get an outfit. It's like a black and silver boxer's outfit plus plus you get an XP boost. But the way the XP boost works is really nice. Aw. What if you can fish? The way the XP boost works is it only counts down when you actually play in-game. So it only counts in-game minutes. So, like, your queue time doesn't affect how long the boost lasts. I still prefer it to be, like, per match, but still nice. The one shocker was to discover that my rank got reset. Which is kind of funny because, like, they said you can unlock the legendary luchador outfit if you gain levels in the preseason. And, like, you'd have to be playing 24/7 and be the best player ever in the game to get anywhere close to, like, level 100 in less than a week. But if you did want the luchador outfit, it is the level 1 unlock from the premium battle pass. The free battle pass actually has the has a Bruce Lee like motorcycle not onesie. It's like the Kill Bill suit. You know what I mean? Still think this hallway is janky as hell, but was the only way. There's like a humming, quiet humming coming from the street lamps, and it reminds me of a very specific memory where I assumed that the sound of cicadas was electrical, like phone lines, basically. I thought they were just overheating in the sun, so they were like making these terrifying sounds. And no one corrected me. I mean, I didn't believe that we had cicadas in Canada. Studies suggest that delayed gratification can be a serious condition with potentially life-changing implications. Protect yourself and your family today with our 2-for-1 special. I think I met your standards. Congratulations for once again achieving the most coveted standard of all. The bare minimum. This location has multiple opportunities for further advancement, but our data suggests that your tendency towards a quick and superficial fix is the perfect opening to search for a new expansion location. Remember, whenever you want to add a new premium property to the pawn network, find your local pawn shark and just press the green button. What a beautiful view. Come over when you get the chance, darling. Oh, bye. Serve 10 meals. I mean, I've got more than 10 meals in that, in the buffet thing, so that'll sort itself out. Let's book some guests. Trinket that makes cooking easier sounds nice. Gentle. Listen. No bear noises. There's always wisdom in the whisper of the water. Even if this one's a particularly loud whisper. Isn't it funny how the more you listen, the quieter it gets? Too much quiet can be quite dangerous. Especially for someone who's had a few bells rung in their life. Why? I can't hear you. Bear noises. You're always in the right spirit. Couldn't help but notice that the captain's garden is open for business again. He always grew the sweetest corn. It sure seems like your paws are soft, little hunks of magic. Can't remember the last time I saw the whole valley so active. The people look happy. You're doing such a great job. Thank you. Happy bear noises. Say, I think all this hiking has me a little famished. Seeing as you fast-tracked your gourmet inclinations, I was wondering if you'd be willing to get an old girl a little snack. A little taste of home, I guess. Oh, a mushroom soup? Honey, I've got so much mushroom soup. Hold on. No. Shift 1. Glad I got ahead of that one. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you. Pine bark and mildew. Sure hits the spot. Warms the darkest crevices of your soul, this will. I'm convinced now that if I see any hungry faces, I can send them your way. Well, that little pick-me-up gave me all the energy I need. It's time I got going again. Hope I'll see you again soon, you lovely creature. Aw. I don't know where you're going. I'm going to assume this is one of the captain's kids. Is the bit here. Julia's going to tell me that. Oh, hi. Sorry, startle easy. No, I get it. I scare myself all the time. You're still here. I mean, of course you're still here. I thought you'd be busy with all the people and the houses and everything. Well, I'm not saying you're not. I'm just sure those take a lot of work. And skill, and brain, and good looks. Yeah, those two. Ever since you came along, I've been thinking. Been stuck in a rut around here. Doing the same thing, getting lost in my routine. I don't even mind the sound the big black rock makes at night anymore. I think I want to try something new. Oh, I could take you to meet my buds. Or I can introduce you to the rat mob. They're mean, but they have a funny accent, so it's okay. What? Leave? As in not here? No. I was thinking more in the realm of trying out some new recipes to cook. Oh, yeah, that's fun too, I guess. Exactly. Why do I need to go somewhere if I can get a little taste of it at home? Kind of like traveling in your mouth. Yeah? I love my garden, but it doesn't grow a lot of stuff. Think you could try and find me some more unfamiliar ingredients? Something that doesn't grow here. And fresh and zesty. A lemon? What a coincidence that you happen to be right here. Hey, if it isn't the most charming bear in this side of town. It's only because I haven't been to the other side of town yet. It's just a pack up. What can I do you for? I'm on the lookout for some fresh food things. It's fine for a friend. Well, there's plenty of fruits and roots that grow around here. If you're looking for something a little more special, there used to be a greenhouse up north near the old Winter Lodge. I don't know if it's up to snuff anymore, but they kept some pretty peculiar seeds. I would want to waddle there. Follow the road north past the broadcast station. Right up into Winterberry? I doubt the keepers would still be around. I'm not. I'm right here. Ain't no harm in checking. I'll open the path up for you. But I'm waddling my own behind straight back to the tower after. These trees ain't gonna watch themselves. Thanks, Beanie. You're the best. Aww. From the sound cue, it made it sound like Sabine jumped off into the damn... I'm gonna go ahead and backtrack. Because if I'm going to a new location... Got him. If I'm going to a new location, there's probably going to be a bus stop. And I'll want to make sure I have a bus sign in my inventory so I can make it. That'll make the back and forth a little bit smoother. Cool. And we head off. Our business venture is going surprisingly well. I'm curious as to what I need to do for the broadcast station. Because I feel like there's got to be some kind of quest related to that. I just had the sudden realization that maybe it has something to do with Will the gentleman I live with, who happens to enjoy a hell of a lot of television. Make sure you don't leave on an empty stomach. Too much food makes you sleepy. Too little just makes you dumb. Okay, so he doesn't have a quest. But he has a little television here and stuff. And that image is not where the television is. Anyway. I was just curious, because I don't swing by home too often. Enough sidetracking. We're going to the north. We're going where it's cold. Luckily, I've got my pants on, so I'll be okay. Still no quests or anything here. No. Huh. Like a ski lodge or something. I mean, that makes sense if I'm doing, like, resorts and stuff. There's a monument here. Oh, I need prospector's gear. I'm getting the impression that there might be prospectors. Lemon. Is this a sauna? Oh, hold on. There's trash to clean up. It's like a... I couldn't tell you what that creature is. It looks like a dog. Kinda. Yeah, that's a dog. It's like a Labrador or Mastiff, maybe. Jax. Oh, the air suddenly feels a little warmer. Out in the middle of nowhere. It's a Mastiff. Okay. Deep in the heart of Winterberry resided Jax the Mastiff. His gentle and warm approach seemed deliberate for a place this cold. If anyone knew how to kindle a fire, it was probably Jax. It's rare that I don't have to look downwards to speak to someone. Even rarer not to have to look up to face one of your kind. You just compliment and snub me at the same time? No such thing. Neither, or do any good to the mind. I will praise or condemn only deeds, not things you have no hand in. It's okay. I don't like getting either. I don't know what to do with them. What does a young brown bear need from a frigid place like this? My name's Hank, and I'm putting together a group of remarkable friends to save the world. Are you? No, but now you might actually believe the second thing. I'm rebuilding things through the valley. I'm bringing back humans because of a greedy shark. Oh. Interesting. Why? What do you mean, why? Because the inflatable fish said so. But why are you doing it? Because, well, because I like helping. So it's the kindness in your soul, then. Yeah, I think. Oh, and I'm also looking for something zesty. Well, Hank, that might be something I could help you with. But I'd like to see that group you're putting together first. And we can discuss aromatics afterwards. I can get started on building stuff. Sounds like a plan. And Hank, make sure that kindness eventually finds its way back. Grimace! Oh, that's the greenhouse. I knew it. There's the bus stop. Oh no. They're here too. Oh god, that's a big lot. Oh my god. Oh no, there's so much. There's so much space. There's two. God. Run down sign. Beautiful once more. It says, hello there. This one seems a lot smaller. Now I'm just exploring. It's a section of the map I'm not too familiar with. I mean, I just got here, so. There's usually, like, little hidden things in the map. Huh. The old machine looks like it could reach anywhere once. And to think she used to roar through the valley. Yeah, it's probably good to have a safety vehicle this up high up at the mountain. Hi! You can't have peace and quiet on the outside if it's noisy on the inside. Thanks, I don't know who the fuck you are, but you terrify me. Have fun in your home. Okay, I think I've cleared most of the debris. Let's get to building. Why drive to paradise when you can fly? Automobile trade-ins now available. Only applies to one-way tickets or less. I think I'm freezing my tail off. We here at Bon Voyage are very committed to offer only the utmost standard experience to our valued customers, which is why this location will feature breakthrough advancements in the hospitality industry, above freezing temperatures. Please return once a suitable venue has been established. Let's do the small one. Small ski cabin. Cool. You know what? Let's do it to both. I'll repair both cabins, because why not? Gives me more space to play with. As mentioned in the standards terms you've automatically agreed to by selecting the green option, you must now provide lodgers with this location with thermic support. In the absence of thermic support, emotional support is also acceptable, although not recommended as suitable treatment for frostbite, and not compensated, and will in fact likely bring financial penalties. On second thought, please leave psychological services to the appropriate authorities. The Mental Health Industrial Complex. I got an achievement called Cool Cool Mountain. Yes. Building stuff done. Impressive. Thanks. Hmm? Oh, hello. It's still me. It certainly is. As you know, I'm putting together a group of remarkable people to save the world, yes. Right, and you know the world's a lot colder than they thought. Especially around these parts. Certainly bristle the coat on your back. I was wondering if this group of, extraordinary beings needed to get extraordinarily warm even for a little bit. Oh. And their laser eyes weren't working because the wind makes them cry. How'd they get around to keeping warm? How would... Yeah. Not that they don't know, of course they do. But they also couldn't help but notice the thick fur and fireplace back there. Well, I'd reckon these incredible people would have to first go on a critical mission. A mission? A mission of great importance. A rescue and recovery mission. Of crucial assets. I'd be willing. No, inclined to go on this mission. Of course they would. Secret Riches would be so inclined to fetch are located near the coastline. In Whitestone Bay, a box of highly delicate material that can be found near the end of a cliff. What's in the box? Some rocks. Rocks? Rocks. I see. It is of the utmost importance that this object is retrieved and delivered to me. Then we can see about warming up this crew. Okay. Now I just got to get to the winter zone, or I got to get to the beach. I'm guessing that means I don't get to build a beach house. Huh. Honey. Peaches. This place has everything. And a bus stop. Whoa there. Little guy coming through. Watch your step. Oh shoot, sorry Wade. Oh, it's no bother, mister. I'm used to a little trampling. Come to take me back to the boss again. What? No, I wasn't even looking for you. Oh, I see. Didn't I just bring you back? What are you doing here anyway? Mr. Ray didn't send you. Please don't tell him I'm gone, mister. I don't think he'll notice either way. He seemed pretty fussed about it last time. He even came out all the way to my house just to get me to look for you. Did he really? Well, it's just because he finally figured I was behind on my scavenge quota. You wouldn't believe how much garbage is actually just useless junk. Takes a real keen eye and a moist sniffer to fish out the really good stuff. And even then, it's barely good enough, Wade. You're lucky you got lucky, Wade. Don't put that in your mouth, Wade. I get that last one a lot. Thought that if he'd sent after me, he must have at least missed me, right? Maybe cared a little. But as soon as you were gone, he just put me back to digging in the muck. So that's all I'm good for. And parapose. I'm sure that's not true. You're also very easy to accidentally step on. I appreciate you saying that. Anyway, I left again. I reckon maybe the garbage is greener on the other side. Like he always said, rubbish doesn't wait around for trash, Wade. Very sensible. It's always so smart, Mr. Ray. Anyways, I was just about to go blind with hunger before you came along. So if I'm not keeping you, I can help with that. I just recently learned how to cook stuff. I don't want to brag, but I nailed the boiling temperature of water almost every time. The trick is to not test it with your mouth. Does that sound pretty delicious? Well, if it isn't too much of a bother, there is one thing I'd really like to try, kind of soup. Saw it in a movie once. They don't make lots of those for rats, you know. Yeah, I need a bus sign. I also need to find that box of rocks. There it is. Sauna stones. I figured it was like a specific rock. Are those bats? The flight! Hey! The true Lord of Blood will descend upon us all! Alright. Looks like it would be fun. Ooh, these berries. Plums. Some wild potato. French onion soup should require cheese, I think. Shouldn't require cheese. I think it might use cheese. I don't know. There's so much garbage here. Oh, and I can't go in the lighthouse yet. What's this? Oh, ginger. I'm trying to think of, like, what ingredients I might need for it, but I don't know. You know, it's funny. I just stopped to catch my breath. So I was waiting for you to show up. And wouldn't you know it? My little Beardian angel. Exasperated bear noises? I haven't been to the bay in ages. I forgot how purple the sky can get sometimes. In fact, in that brief moment when the sun confronts the sea, before calling it night and promising to return the next day. The captain always had stories. Sorry. Our captain always had stories about the sun and the moon. No matter where he went, he said, they always kept their distance from the sailors. But still they seemed to egg them on, teasing them with a rare dance barely twice a day. Like a dog with a ball, desperately asking you to throw it straight from their mouth. Let's get dreamy around large bodies of water. Curious bear noises. You know, it's a real shame not a single boat's been on this side of the valley in so long. It's way too dangerous, of course. No lighthouse to guide them. I sometimes miss the captain's stories. He even called them from his ship every once in a while, the radio static building up the tension, while he painted a canvas with his words. I thought a lot about the static recently. Yeah, it's so cute. A lot about the static recently, but I've had hardly any luck in finding a receiver. There used to be one up in the lighthouse before it all went down the crapper. Do you reckon you'd be up for a little investigation for an old hag? Oh, hold on, let me sleep. No. The hitbox on these stairs is something else. Now, how tall is a lighthouse? I guess I found the radio receiver. I'll take it. I want to fix the lighthouse. Any luck? Oh, goodness, yes, that's it. Give it here. Darling. She, like, opens her mouth and just static noises come out of her. It's night at 5. We finally find out what differentiates a hippo from a zippo. Oh, you little... Now, a new study published suggests that, yes, crabs do think people walk sideways. Just 5 days before the annual showing of the lights, a yearly tradition that's been a staple. Wait. For children and parents alike, the festivity, now recognized a national holiday, brings a joyful reminder to people all over the country the independence they fought for. Almost 15 years ago. But no one will be celebrating as hard as the party animals in this new Pawn Line cruise liner. This is it. I'll tell you what, Gary, working below minimum wage feels like the last thing on these people's minds right now. Or mine. Huh. Interesting. So I cleared this place out, but I mean, should I bother with the bus stop if it's literally just, like, right here? I mean, I want to fix everything, so yes. Now I gotta go to High Lake. I gotta make this guy some French onion soup. It does say a lot, though, that, like, you can't make a house for yourself. You're making everything for other people. I got the recipe, but I never learned it. There we go. Recipe. There. I need bread, onion, butter, and cheese. I need to simmer something. I don't have a simmer option yet. I don't have any level 2 or anything. No, I don't have anything higher level for cooking yet. So it'll be a bit before I can make his French onion soup. So let's just head off to Jack's. How goes the mission? Mission accomplished. Wonderful. These will come in handy. Thank you, my friend. You're a good bear. Aw, shucks. Wait, I don't know how to feel about that one. How come? Thought compliments weren't good for you. Not the hollow ones, perhaps. But you weren't born a good bear. You made yourself one. Same goes for your insults. Well, neither feel like the truth to me. Maybe they didn't come from the truth. Or they didn't stick the landing. Either way, it's you that has to give the green light. See about warming up, shall we? That hot head of yours can only radiate so much warmth. I don't want to brag, but it's positively steaming. Well, eventually you'll have to burn a couple of logs. Take this and make a little heating room. Old grandma boiler recipe. Show you how to turn it on after. Areas with cold weather will need a utility room to compensate for the low temperatures. Utility rooms need a heater. Heaters can be loud, so don't put it near where people are staying. You can see the debuff range. In order to make heaters function, you'll need to add fuel. They consume fuel. A lot of heating is... the goal of heating is to never drop below the level that guests require. Better heaters give off more heat. Each utility room will heat up an entire building. Gotcha, gotcha. Right. All I can make is the grandma boiler. So, let's make one. We're gonna need two, because we have two houses. But, let's... not craft. Build rooms. Utility. It's gotta be a minimum of 2 by 3. So I think the way we're going to split this is the lower half here is going to be rooms. And then there's going to be a dining hall here. And then here is like kitchen. Yeah. That's the minimum size. Cool. Kitchen's gonna go right next to it. Probably be a little bigger. And then... Now let's just keep them all like that. Oh, that's expensive. Crafting. Can people even get to those chairs back there? I don't know if it's like Sims rules, you know what I mean? I think there's enough walking room. Good enough. And then this will be rooms. It's something. Oh, it's fuel. For some reason in my brain, I saw that icon as like an NPC. Yeah, no, there's no fuel in it. Let me... I'm stuck. Made a home for your hearth heater yet? Yep. It's only fair that you put it to good use. How goes the heat and adventure? You able to nurse the flame? Yeah, I was very hungry. Good. You're almost a master of a craft now. Quite a cozy craft. Being hospitable. Well, don't be fooled. The fire runs out quickly without a keen eye to watch over it. Make sure you give it plenty of light and water every day. I know you're joking. But for a second there, I was about to get a bucket. Who said I was joking? I love Jax. But isn't our gracious host? Been meaning to ask, how'd you end up here? Well, like most of our kind here, we often lived in the shadows of the humans. Those of us they had a use for. I was lucky to be large enough that even your kind would have second thoughts about finding that last snack before bed on the ski grounds. That, and of course, my coat being thick enough to survive outside. Others that were brought along were not as fortunate. There's always a fire running in your home, though. No quite certain it'll stay that way until the day I lay down for my last nap. I can grow a thick skin and a warm coat, but no one deserves to sleep out in the cold all their life. I only need 5 seconds outside to agree to that. However, when the humans had a reason for celebration, their warmth was extended to all. I remember how we all gathered around the television and watched other humans tell some stories. Like a magical bonfire, keeping us all entranced. Will does that too. He makes us watch them with him. Keeps watching after we all doze off, and he's still there the next day. Stories are sometimes all we have when reality doesn't suit us very well. It's a big, ruined building in High Lake you might have passed on your way here. Old radio and broadcast station. It's where the stories used to come from. How did a house tell stories? I'm no expert, but it might have something to do with the giant radio dish on top of it. You might be able to give it your guests another chance at those stories. Give it the broadcast station the same treatment you gave the ski resort. You have another quest. Go see your tail hasn't fallen off yet. It's holding on for dear life. You mentioned you had a more nuanced reason for jeopardizing your posterior in this cold. Something piquant, you said? Zesty, yeah. A friend asked me to go look for something unfamiliar to cook. Unfamiliar to whom? To my friend. I'm not familiar with that friend of yours is not familiar with. That word doesn't sound real to me anymore. Which word? I'm not familiar with it. I liked you more before the sense of humor came out swinging. Some things have a way of thawing out you in the sauna. But I did say you could help with your tasty quest in exchange for a little mission. I'm adamant that your friend hasn't cooked with one of these yet. Behold, the bitter lemon. I prefer to eat the things that don't hurt my food hole. On the contrary, anything that's worth its weight in salt needs a little contrast. All this snow would be nothing but glacial misery if not for a little fire. I saved this lemon tree from the old greenhouse down the road. Chaos erupted in the valley. Soft green life was not high on the list of protection against harm. Everything was pillaged or burnt. But this one sapling survived long enough to be evacuated. In exchange for its life, it offered us its endurance, which I now pass on to you and your friend. If your friend would need some more zest in the future, tell them a hardened but comical character would be glad to offer it. I'm not familiar with who you're talking about. So there is a phony bone in there somewhere. It's fucking cute. I love Jax. He's my new favorite character. I'm taking more of his lemons. Oh, he just sells fuel. I don't really have an issue with fuel at the moment. I've got tons of it. That also reminds me, I need to book in some guests. Didn't get startled this time. Hello. Ah! Okay, maybe a little bit. You're back again. It's hard to get used to not being surprised by that. Did you find what you were looking for? Did I ever? I found what you were looking for. That's the ripest lemon I've ever seen. How'd you get it? These don't grow anywhere. Oh, this bears a few tricks up his behind his a big furry dog looking thing gave it to me. Said he procured it from the glacial greenhouse or something. The Winterberry greenhouse. I thought it was gone. Well, it's still there, kind of. More like a brown house now. Sorry. This is incredible. I didn't think you could grow things like this anywhere in the valley. You still can't. Nothing growing in there but my hate for all things cold. But we could if you fixed it, right? Like you did with the farmhouse? I guess? If we have lemon seeds, who knows what else we can grow in there? Oh goodness, this is exciting. Okay, alright. I'll need to get some things. I'll need some plants to get started. So we're doing this. Some chamomile, yes. Hang on. What? Okay. I do have the antenna dish. And a microphone and a record player. I don't remember where I got any of those things, but I have them. Well, let's see if I can't repair the broadcast station. I think we'll tidy up these quests, and that'll be a good spot to end for this week. And then we'll come back next week and try to fix up the ski lodges. That'll be a fun project. Oh, I have all of those things. There you go. Get your butt to work. Wow. Now, I'm just gonna check something here. It's what I figured. Leafy contrast plant. Small succulent plant. They sounded like, the way they were described in the thing sounded like household items. Yes, got all of it. Oh, maybe I should also check the blueprints. Tiny fuel chest. Oh, that's it? Okay. Fair enough. I was kind of hoping for anything for, like, upgraded kitchens, but that'll probably take a bit. All right. Back up and running. Good. You're going above and beyond, which is a rare sight. These should help you give your guests a place to watch their stories. Cinema. And a nice reprieve from their realities. Well, I know what I want to build now. You met the old lady that roams the valley. Barbara? Yeah, she's nice. She roamed the streets of Winterberry not long ago. She was looking for a well-behaved bear with a helpful disposition. I have my doubts. She has a scent about her that I haven't sensed in a while. even before this valley went quiet, walking about the western path from Pinefall before the landslide closed it off. I think she went down the road back to High Lake. Perhaps you can go help her search. Sure hope I can help her find him. Certain you'll have no trouble at all. Aww. Yep. Clear out the debris. Has unique features that cannot be easily repaired. A bag of seeds, glass panels, and stone bricks. I got those. I knew that bag of seeds was going to be important at some point. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That is so cool. There's so much different. That's amazing. Okay. Well, let's head back to High Lake. Oh, first. I just remembered I have a Gus stand here. I can get Gus to auto-book guests into the shack. I just have to pay him. So now he'll do that automatically. I don't have to worry about that. I can build the flat screen TV and a couple of chairs in that little nook that I just opened up in the A24. Took us a while, but I think you're ready. Hank, you've been working on magic on this valley, and I have to say I'm very impressed. I think I'd like to show you what my corner of the forest looks like, if you'd like to join me. Towards Pinefall. I'll go in a moment. I need to talk to Julia about the greenhouse. Oh, also. It's raining. That's going to affect the bit rate. Did you find it? Yeah, it's ready. There were all sorts of seeds, beans, beets, bell peppers, lemons, carrots. Oh my golly. Peppers, beans! Such a dream come true, Hank. Right place at the right time is all. Don't sell yourself short, big guy. Do you know how much cooking we can do with all of this? Alright. You have some work to do. You're going to need new equipment, and I'm going to find some more of the captain's recipes. Thank you, Hank. You're breathing new life into the valley. Alright, new recipes and new stoves. Delicious new life. I'm loaded, so, holy shit. But that also means I've got upgraded cooking stuff, which means cheap microwave recipe. I can make a nicer kitchen. Let's go. All right. Crafting. We can now make level 2 kitchen stuff. Here we go. I don't need all of it. But I want all of it, is the difference. Yeah, there's the gas range. Oh, wow, this is huge. Okay. So now, I can also go to the A24. The image didn't load for a second. There was just a big gray patch. That's weird. I can go here, and I need to buy bread, cheese, butter. I think that's it. I need to get onions. Did I need milk? This is too real. It's me getting home. Grilled garlic bread. Let's see. French onion soup. Bread, onion, butter, cheese. Okay. No. I got everything I need. I need to slice bread. I don't have onions. I had onions. I don't know where they are. I think I have them in storage. Yes. Sliced bread. Oil. Onions. Simmer. I need 2 simmers. And I need a fuel. Simmer the butter and the cheese. The cooking mechanic is really neat the more I'm playing with it. There! Classy but filling and flavored. I love French onion soup. There is a podcast that the McElroy brothers did. The Adventure Zone, if you're familiar. They did a series of it set in Monster of the Week, and that's what got me into the system. But they offhand mentioned French onion soup. And one of my, there's a nerdy restaurant in Toronto called the Stormcrow Manor. And they added Duck Newton's like that's the name of the character in the podcast, they added his French onion soup to the menu, and it was so good. There you go. Oh, stench, the marvelous stench. Sweet slimy funk of the onion cavorting with the butter, infusing the grainy chunkiness of the bread, smothered by all that scrumptious cheese. It's quite the vocabulary you sprung up out of nowhere. Didn't think you could make something sound so gross and delicious at the same time. That was my stomach speaking. You're starting to see the peely corrugated metal gates. I didn't expect you to actually bring me back anything. Mister, this soup makes me feel all warm inside. And not just because it's burning my gullet. I don't know how I could ever thank you. Say, I don't know much about things, but I do know my way around garbage. You think your little business could use a little cleanup duty? Oh, look at him! With unmatched enthusiasm, Wade offered Hank his garbage collection services. I missed that. In return, he would receive a fair wage and perhaps, for the first time, some honest recognition for his talent. That's fucking adorable. Humans are a never-ending pit of waste. It does feel like I'm trying to use a mop on an ocean sometimes. Don't worry about a thing. I was born in a trash can. Listen, if you set me up with a little base I can work from, I can keep your operation as clean as a whistle. Wade's dump cart. Wade has offered to come and work for you. His speciality is gathering garbage. I can place Wade's garbage station anywhere, and I can activate him at a location. And he gets paid every day. I can check in on Wade and get the garbage that he gathered. Gotcha. Okay. Now, we'll visit Pinefall. Then, we're gonna end the stream. I've gotten too distracted by side quests, but I love this little rat. And I love that he works for me now. God, this game is nice. It's just nice. And I don't want to undersell it or anything. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I don't like the game or anything. When I say nice, it just has that, it has a feeling to it. It's a very warm feeling game, if that makes any sense. It's just warm and sweet. Carrot. Wait, treasure chest. It's got peach cobbler in it. Let's just sleep this off. No, it's still raining. Oh, the fact that it has a basement is nice. That could be like where utility stuff could go. Yeah. Silk sheets. I don't even know where the hell you would get that. Alright, look, I'm very distracted by just cleaning shit up. Welcome to Pinefall. The most perfect scenery you'll ever see, if I do say so myself. Why, the history of this place alone could fill up 10 encyclopedias. Do you like it? The air feels nice. Happy bear noises. Of course you do. Now, just like the rest of the valley, we've got our work cut out for us here. Pinefall Resort has 3 main buildings. And they've also... Oh, shit. You ought to parlay with your shark friend and get to work. Hey! Prospector's gear. See my house from here. Literally. This is the house she lives in, huh? Alright, let's see what else is around the valley. That's where I came up from. No, more garbage. Just cleaning. No trolls here. Just can't help myself, you know? If I see things I gotta pick up, I gotta pick them up. Just like real life, man. I'm the exact same way. Oh! So humans can enjoy a private chat with an understanding bear. I would love that. I would love to sit at a picnic bench with a statue of a bear. It's adorable as hell. Oh, hey, it's sawdust. Didn't I literally get Prospector's gear? I have a silver game disc. Did I not? Whatever. So that's the connecting bit there. That's cool. Did the rain finally calm down? The hell? It's like a chunk fell out. Nacho cheese lamp. Brushed gold cupboard. Oh, and that leads up to Winterberry. Gotcha. Stormy weather's a bit much. This one has a very similar layout to the ski lodge. Do. That's definitely a campsite. I am meticulous in my actions. Thorough. Let's, Okay, so I am turning a profit. So what has Oliver got now? So he does have... Fuck, those are expensive. Okay, so he does have Prospector's tools. Those do open up some pathways. I feel like they're going to have to wait for now. But I want to go make that bus stop. Also, I've got a bunch of fancy decorations, and I want to see if this is going to be enough for the game to decide. That did help a lot. I feel like I'm painfully close. I'm just not there yet. Oh well. Let's head back up the road here. We have some objectives now. We have a lot of lots to fix. That's what I needed the 3 loggers tools for. Was for the sign. So I've pretty much covered the whole zone. Though I really want to go here. I want to go to the beach. Yeah. Dang. What does this need? That needs silk sheets. Not sure where to get those. But I'm sure they will turn up. Finn won't turn up here until we finish up in Winterberry. So we should do that. But we will do that next week. Historians have yet to discover who made the first snowman. Don't drop the snowball. Don't go down in history today. Be the first to take advantage of our precious metal package. I think I'm the master of fire now. You deserve only the slowest of claps. Now that you've reached the lower limits of what's required to sustain life in this location, you're required to meet the minimum threshold that will show us your loving parent company. They that you have brought us this establishment, the world-class statuses our customers expect and deserve. I've got level 4 bedroom objects and level 3 bathroom objects. And level 3 dining room. And some lounge objects as well. I'm learning so much. Alright, for Employee of the Month, keep it up. I have to complete a stay for guests, which means I have to get guests. And finish construction. But that will be a thing to tackle next time. I want to thank you all for hanging out during my very chill bear and breakfast stream. This is a good relaxing game to a point where I'm now very tired. But I shall send the good vibes on. As I love to do, especially sending to someone who could use the love, like my very good friend, Cheese, previous guest on the Saltcast, I think, or future guest, I don't know. Either way, they're a cool person, very cute. Playing some Yakuza Like a Dragon. I will catch you guys tomorrow playing some Rumbleverse. Saturday, we're going to be doing a little bit more arcade again as we reach the end of that. Sunday, we're going to be looking at the new event quests in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. Early reviews have been mixed on what they contain, but they should have better ones soon. That's the hope. Either way, thanks for hanging out. Love you guys. Have a good night. Or else. Thank you for watching.